in South Florida. They get one more crack at the Marlins at Sun Life Stadium tonight. At Sun Life Stadium in Miami, the New York Mets play the Florida Marlins. Mets baseball is presented in HD by IOTV. Get your HD free with IOTV. And a pleasant good evening, everybody, and welcome to Miami. Gary Cohen, Ron Darling, Keith Hernandez with you tonight as the Mets wrap up a two-game series against the Florida Marlins. There have been a lot of quality rookies in the National League this year, and it's going to be a very tough call for the voters in the Rookie of the Year balloting. The Mets have their favorite in that race. Well, maybe he's not their favorite, but he's certainly been the guy who's given them the most trouble, and that is the Marlins' first baseman, Gabby Sanchez.
Well, a thorn in their side, the new Chipper Jones last night. This eighth-inning three-run shot was the game winner. That was his 19th home run of the season. He's just killed the Mets in 17 games and 64 at-bats. He's hitting .406 to be exact, with 3 home runs and 15 RBIs and a slugging percentage of almost .700. He's just killed the Mets. He is in the running for a Rookie of the Year in the National League. He leads all Major League rookies in doubles, extra base hits, total bases. The list goes on. He's just had a terrific rookie season.
So the Miami native Sanchez will be in the lineup tonight against the Mets. And John Neese, and the Marlins have been particularly tough against left-handers this year. Neese struggling down the stretch of the season, trying again to get to 10 wins.
Yeah, he really has been limping towards the end of the season. The Marlins are 30-14 against left-handed starters. They're going to pose a real threat to Jonathan as he tries to get to that benchmark of 10 wins this season. And he's going to be going up against Alex Sanabria with Ricky Nolasco out, with Josh Johnson out. He's been able to stay in the rotation. His first outing against the Mets was a loss in Puerto Rico, but he's been much better since then.
So it's a couple of rookies trying to finish their season on a strong note. Mets and Marlins finishing off a two-game series in Miami. All the action coming your way tonight on SNY.
From the first pitch of Game 3 of this 4-game set, that's John Flaherty. I'm Michael Kay. Very quietly, after one of the worst stretches of his career, Derek Jeter has put together another hitting streak and seems to really come out of that doldrums.
You know, he's working with Kevin Long, which I never thought I would see the day that Derek Jeter would go into the cage, go into the tunnel underneath the stadium and work on his mechanics, trying to slow down that toe tap with the front foot, and the numbers his last 9 games are outstanding. I guess the most important thing and the best thing for Yankee fans, driving the ball the other way, he looks like the Derek Jeter of old.
Well, the Yankees would like to get some runs for their pitcher. Their pitcher is A.J. Burnett. A little bit of good, a little bit of bad. Teases you. Let's see what he has tonight. They need to straighten him out. Lineups, first pitch, baseball. Next on Yes. drink responsibly. And by Acura. Acura Advance. Game 3 of this 4-game set. The Yankees have won the first 2. They've moved 2.5 games ahead of the Rays in the American League East. A.J. Burnett on the mound, about to take his warm-ups. The Yankees on the field behind him. Let's take a look at the Rays starting lineup, which is presented, as always, by our good friends at Lexus. Rays come in at 89 and 61. Yankees 92 and 59. John Jaso will DH and lead off. Batting second and playing center field, Ben Zobrist. Carl Crawford's in left field, hitting third. Cleaning up and playing third is Evan Longoria. Dan Johnson, the first baseman tonight, will bat fifth. Batting sixth and playing right field, Matt Joyce. Jason Bartlett will play shortstop. He'll bat seventh. The number 8 hitter is the second baseman, Reed Brignac. And Deanna Navarro will catch. He's going to bat ninth.
And that is a little different lineup for the Rays than we have seen the last couple of nights. And they're going to go to work against A.J. Burnett. Take a look at his numbers on the year. Below 500, 10 and 13, an ERA over 5, and 189 hits and 175 in the third inning. So we'll look at our scouting report on A.J. There were some signs of improvement his last outing against Baltimore. 7 innings, 3 earned runs, only walked 1. And the Yankees are hoping that he can possibly get hot at the right time. He'll probably have this start and 2 more in September. And he needs to shut down the running Rays, lead the American League in stolen bases, and are 9 for 9 against A.J. this year in that department.
Let's take a look at the defense behind A.J. Burnett, and it's brought to you by Mercedes. In the outfield, Gardner, Granderson, and Swisher. That's left to right. In the infield, it's A-Rod, Jeter, Cano, and Teixeira, third to first. Cervelli is behind the plate, and Alan James Burnett is on the mound. Another big crowd expected here at the ballpark on what has turned out to be a beautiful day here in New York City, and a nice evening as well. So Jaso, who's caught the last 2 games, now will be the DH today. Got a good on-base percentage. That's why he's in there. Very rare for a catcher to be leading off, but that's what Jaso does with the Rays. He digs in. A.J. Burnett is ready on the mound. And let's do it here in the Bronx. The pitch is a strike, and we are underway. Good sign, 95-mile-an-hour fastball for A.J. Adrian Johnson, the home plate up.
I guess more importantly, a first pitch strike, and it wasn't down the middle, right on the corner.
And another strike again on the corner, this time the inside.
Joe Madden, the manager of the Rays, changing it up. As you see, the umpires, Andy Fletcher at first, McClellan at second. It'll be Mike Everett at third base.
Fouled away.
I mentioned Joe Madden, the manager, changing up the lineup a little bit. Pena, the first baseman, is out. Up in the center fielder is out. Both of them had below 200 batting averages against A.J. Burnett. Making a little change, see if it'll work out tonight.
Grounded right side through for a base hit. So a leadoff single for Jaso.
Well, Cervelli wants it up and in, and it ends up down middle. Looked like a little two-seamer, and Jaso just drops the bat head. Pulls it in between first and second, about a 3-hopper. Still some good movement on that fastball, good velocity. Its location not the best, down middle.
There's Ben Zobrist, very versatile player. He's in center field tonight. First 2 games he played at second. And a strike.
I mentioned in that scouting report, Michael, the Yankees hoping that A.J. gets hot at the right time here at the tail end of September. And kind of erase some of those question marks going into the postseason. Will he be in the rotation? What spot will he be in the rotation? Still yet to be determined.
Could not hold up. Let's look at the game time weather conditions presented by Bigelow 2. I mentioned it was a beautiful day, 81 degrees, 57% humidity. Winds out of the south to southwest at 9 miles per hour. And the forecast is cloudy and possible showers. I had not heard that. Hope it doesn't happen. The 0-2. Check swing. Did he go? No. Said Mike Everett.
We always pay attention, A.J. coming out of the bullpen. What kind of stuff does he have? What kind of location? And so far, so good. Gave up a leadoff hit to Jaso, but already to Zobrist. A couple of good fastballs and good sliders. If he can keep those pitches in the zone, he should have a nice ball game.
Count 2-2. A.J. Burnett, a better pitcher throughout his career, really, with runners on base. When a men are on base, they hit 253 against the batter. With the bases empty, they hit 307. And that's why some people actually believe that A.J. Burnett would make a pretty decent relief pitcher because he pitches better out of the stretch. The 2-2. I've asked that to a lot of people throughout this year, why not pitch him out of the stretch even with no one on base? And nobody really has a great answer.
Pitching coach Dave Island looking on. He pitches well out of the stretch, but has trouble with the running game. I mentioned the Rays 9 for 9 this year, stealing bases against A.J.
Runner goes, 3-2. It's low and gets away from Cervelli. Jaso makes a turn. He'll stop there at second. So prompt trouble for A.J. Burnett, first and second, and nobody out.
Well, it's got to be disappointing for the manager, Joe Girardi and Dave Island. I mean, he was ahead 0-2 with a good fastball and a nasty slider, and then he loses Zobrist on a fastball down. Cervelli tries to be a little quick. Possibility to strike him out, throw him out. Very disappointing when you get ahead 0-2. Some pretty nasty pitches, and then you lose a batter on a walk.
Well, here's Carl Crawford now with runners on first and second. Crawford 10 for his last 32. Slow roller to second. That's going to get the runners over, and Crawford is out. The first out of the inning and of the game. IOTV offers you incredible HD picture and sound. HD is free with IOTV, the official HD service provider of Yankees baseball on Yes. Here's Evan Longoria with 102 ribbies, a 293 average, and 21 home runs. A young superstar third baseman. They have him locked up for the next 6 years. Signed him to a long-term deal before he even got a foothold in the major leagues. They knew right away this guy's going to be great. And they took a chance because if he wasn't great, then they would have wasted that money. But the fact that he turned out to be as good as everyone thought, he's now underpaid. And he took a chance himself by signing. And look at the numbers he has against Burnett, 12 for 31.
You know, the Rays have been having a little trouble scoring runs lately. Looking for a big hit. They had plenty of opportunities last night, did not come through. We'll see what happens here.
That one is driven to center field. Deep, going back, Granderson. Still back, and he makes the play on the run. Tagging Jaso. Moving to third is Zobrist. It's a sac fly for Longoria, and the Rays are on the board.
Well, if you're A.J. Burnett and you're the Yankees, you will sign up for that right there. Longoria, perfect pitch to hit right down Broadway. Good swing. Granderson does a nice job retreating right in front of the track to make the play. It'll be a sacrifice and an RBI, but if you're A.J. Burnett and the Yankees, you're just trying to stay away from the big inning.
Is that a full moon today, John? I know you, know these things.
That is full. Last night it was a little tick off, like you mentioned.
Smidge?
Tick, smidge. If you go to GW, it's a tick. If you go to Fordham, it's a smidge.
Dan Johnson lost one down the left field line. Gardner is there, and all things considered, not terrible. First and second, nobody out. Rays score a run on one hit. They lead one. At the end of a half inning, it's the Rays 1, the Yankees coming to bat. Up against this Yankees starting lineup, which is presented by Lexus. Brett Gardner's in left field leading off. The captain, the shortstop, Derek Jeter, bats second. Batting third and playing first base, Mark Teixeira. Alex Rodriguez, the third baseman, cleans up. Robinson Cano at second is going to bat fifth. Nick Swisher's in right field. He'll bat sixth. Lance Berkman, the DH, is hitting seventh. Hitting eighth and playing center field, Curtis Granderson. And Francisco Cervelli is going to catch. He's going to bat ninth.
Well, that Yankee lineup going to have their hands full facing young rookie right-hander Wade Davis. We'll take a look at his numbers. His 27th start, 12-9, ERA just over 4, and 155 hits and 152 and a third. In our scouting report, he is under the radar rookie. Has outstanding numbers, doesn't get a lot of attention in this rotation, and he's made some adjustments from the beginning to the end of the year. He's now won 7 in a row, and you got to get him early. Batting average just under 300 the first time through.
Pitch to Gardner's outside. This is Gardner's 23rd game leading off this year, and in those games hitting .304, overall .280 hitter. And also an impressive number. Leading off, his on-base percentage is .434.
You see the on-base percentage 7th in the American League. Trying to figure out this lineup, Michael. You know, where Joe Girardi's going to go with it come postseason time. Derek Jeter in the leadoff spot has been swinging the bat better. Now Brett Gardner in the leadoff spot. You mentioned his numbers. Has done a nice job.
Grounded to second. Brignac. Well, John, 3 games in this series, and we've had 3 different number 2 batters in the Yankee lineup. Let's take a look at the Rays defense, and it's brought to you by Mercedes. Crawford, Zobrist, and Joyce left to right. Infield, Longoria, Bartlett, Brignac, and Johnson. Third to first. Deanna Navarro is behind the plate, and Wade Davis is on the mound.
Talk to people around the Rays, and they'll let you know that Wade Davis, probably their second best pitcher the second half of the year. Does not get a lot of exposure. Usually David Price will be the number 1. Garza, Shields, we saw last night, get a lot of attention. Wade Davis having a very solid year.
Ten-game hitting streak for Jeter. Average creeping up. Fly ball right side. A long run, and Johnson and Joyce can't make the play.
Joyce on the run. Brignac coming over, takes a look to see where the wall is, just out of his reach. Had a little more room, as you see on Yesmo, with that little cutout of the wall.
Derek is doing the old reverse Colton Fisk. All right, good. Jeter is not very successful in the 2-hole this year. 16 games, 7 for 61. Pitch inside. Ten-game hitting streak. The first game, he was 1 for 7. That was in Texas, so that's the 9 games after the first game that started the streak. And so it's an average of 342 as he flies out there to Joyce.
Okay, so my question, does he lead off during the postseason? You just mentioned those numbers hitting in the 2-hole. It hasn't really worked out.
I think he does. I think he leads off.
I agree.
Now the bigger question, and I turn to you because you know these things, who's going to bat second then? Is it going to be Swisher? Is it going to be Granderson?
It's got to be Granderson. I think, you know, we made a big deal about it when Swisher was moved out of the 2-hole. You remember when Lance Berkman came and he was in the second spot. I think Granderson now is the guy to hit there. Swisher is now kind of out on his own. You've had such a big year. Granderson, who's really come on lately, will be rewarded seeing a lot of fastballs in that number 2-hole. We'll see if that's the way the coaching staff in the front office is thinking.
Tap slowly to the shortstop. And Bartlett makes the play. So an easy 1-2-3 inning for Wade Davis. Yankees go down in order. We played 1-0 Bombers. Check out the question. If the playoffs started today, which of these American League teams would you consider the most dangerous? You can text your vote to 58772. Standard text messaging rates apply. I guess the question is most dangerous for the Yankees, because if it's just most dangerous, the Yankees should be in there as well. All right, so 1 is at Minnesota, 2 Tampa Bay, 3 Texas.
Wow.
You want my answer?
Well, we can't influence the vote, can we?
Who would listen to me? You would influence the vote, not me. Because you're the expert.
You know what? If you would have asked me before these 2 games, I would have had a different opinion than I do right now.
I had the same opinion before these 2 games. It's only furthered my resolve. I believe that Minnesota is the most dangerous.
Wow, I'm shocked. You know why I'm shocked? Because I was not fortunate enough to go to the new Twin Stadium. I don't even know what the name of it is.
Target Field.
Target Field, because I wasn't allowed to go on that trip.
Papa to A-Rod, so Matt Joyce retired.
Well, because obviously you had to go to check it out. It was a new stadium. So I have not had a chance to work the Twins this year. And I have, in the back of my mind, I think of the Minnesota Twins like I have always thought of them. Great organization, great team, but I don't think the Yankees would have a problem taking care of them.
I think they're a different team this year, and also you have Liriano, who they announced today was going to start the first game of the playoffs. He's been lights out of late. Tough left-hander.
Okay, and then where do we go? Carl Pavano?
Then you go to Carl Pavano, who's having a very good year. I know everybody in New York thinks of him as Carl Pavano.
And that's what I think, because I haven't seen him pitch this year.
All right. So who do you think it is, Texas?
I would have thought the Rays.
Right.
Now, the Rays, they're struggling a little bit right now, going through a tough time, so we're not seeing them at 100%. And their rotation is down. But the rotation is what scared me as a Yankee, as a Yankee person, I would think that would scare me. But they're not firing on all cylinders right now. I think Cliff Lee, short series, would be tough in Texas. Seems like he's healthy again.
Well, just this little stat, John. The Twins in the second half of the season are 45-18. They never lose, ever.
They've lost 18 times.
Figuratively, never lose. The 2-1. 2-2. Now, what would you do? Like, say the Yankees play the Twins. We were talking about the number 2 hole, and those are the best records right now. And the Twins just a half game behind the Yankees, 1 in the loss column. Would you still have Granderson batting second with a lefty on the mound? Or would you have Nick Swisher batting second?
I guess you'd have to go Nick Swisher, the switch hitter. But these are the great things up here. We don't have to make these decisions. We can just speculate.
That's the fun.
Now, talk to me about target field.
Right.
Everybody's saying it's this great home field advantage. I thought the Metrodome was a great home field advantage.
No, I don't know if it's a great. I think it's a very large ballpark. I don't see how it plays to a home field advantage. It doesn't yield many home runs. Maybe it's just a comfort level for them, but I don't see anything that would make it a home field advantage. You know, a short porch or anything like that. It's a very big ballpark.
Yeah, because the dome was an advantage. I mean, it got loud in there. You had to deal with the roof. They were obviously used to playing on the turf and the speed.
Swing and a miss. Now, the first three pitchers on the Twins, you have Pavano. Well, let's say Liriano's first, 14 and 8, 3.44. Pavano, 17 and 11, 3.60. And here's the guy that nobody knows about, Brian Dunsing, 10 and 2, 2.19. He never loses. We lost twice.
And the ERA is impressive.
Pretty impressive.
Lefty, right, Dunsing?
I gotta check. Yes, he is a lefty. I got to tell you one thing, John. Target Field was gorgeous. I wish you could have made it.
I wish I could have made it too, but that was one of those things when I asked for that trip, it said it's already filled up with our A team.
I didn't do it alone, John. You were part of the A
there
team.
with?
I was there. I don't remember who I did it with, but it wasn't like. I think it was Al Leiter.
That's the only trip. That's the only trip he made this year.
Wow, strong. He was in Tampa Bay last week.
Just that I said they had 18 losses. You got to point out he had another trip.
Ground ball and threw for a base hit. Hit so hard that even Cano couldn't get there. Kind of gave up on it. So a 2-out single.
Brignac had a nice year. His numbers have come down a little bit lately. He's known as a nice defender, swinging the bat a little bit better this year. A solid base hit out of the reach of Robinson Cano. Isn't it tough, though, Michael? I mean, you see the Rays coming in here the first two games. You know, the rotation not really locked in, having a little trouble scoring some runs. And you kind of get a different feel for them in 2 games here than maybe they'll look in a couple of weeks.
Now, I understand what you're saying about the rotation, John, but when I look at this team, the thing that doesn't impress me, it seems like 7 out of the 9 guys are hitting 240 or less, and I'm amazed that Joe Madden has been able to propel them to 3rd in the American League in runs scored. I don't know how they do it. They must get big hits. And I know the stolen bases have something, but you got to drive them in. No one is a big hitter other than Crawford and Longoria. Everybody else, I think, can be pitched to.
They've gotten some nice contributions from guys like Johnson, who's come up from the minor leagues, has become a left-handed bat in the middle of the order. Joyce has gotten some big hits. You're right, they don't intimidate you, but I think 1 through 9, they have plenty of speed, aggressive on the bases, and there's no secret. They do it with pitching and defense, and that would be the concern for me if I was a Tampa Bay Ray executive. The rotation is a little bit down right now, for the exception of Price and Davis tonight, throwing the ball well.
Well, they've gone into a little bit of a slide. They're 6 and 10 in their last 16 games. And over those 16 games, and you see what they're batting at, lowest, 4th lowest in the American League. But in the 16 games I talked about, they've pitched to a 5.87 ERA. They don't score enough runs to do that.
No.
And they're struggling so much that in a game that, you know, they'd really like to win this game, because Joe Madden has gone on record saying, I want to win the East. He has benched Carlos Pena and B.J. Upton. And that tells you how much they're struggling.
They both don't have good numbers against J.J., which is fine. But Pena looked lost last night. Looked like he's thinking a lot at the plate. Upton having a little trouble with the fastball.
1-2. How about the guy at the plate, Deanna Navarro? He was an all-star, and he has spent 2 months this year in the minor leagues. He has really fallen from grace. This was a future star catcher for many years to come, and it's all fallen apart for him.
It tells you where the Rays are now, too. I mean, this guy's fallen out of favor, and now he's batting or catching in a big game for the Rays, a division game. Trying to get back in at 2.5 games back, and he's in the lineup. Tells you Joe Madden searching for a little bit of offense.
The 1-2. He could not hold up. Pitch in the dirt. Tagged out by Cervelli. And that is going to do it. No runs are hit, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the bottom of the second. 1-0 Rays. By Johnny Walker. And we go all the way back to 1946. And on this day, Yogi Berra made his major league debut versus the A's at Yankee Stadium, the Philadelphia A's at the time. Demand greatness in every sip and every season. Johnny Walker, proud sponsor of the New York Yankees. Here's Alex Rodriguez. Alex was honored before the game by the Yankees, given a lot of gifts for hitting his 600th home run. And I thought the nicest part of the ceremony, though, was the security guard that works here at Yankee Stadium that retrieved the ball that was hit into Monument Park. He came out, shook hands with Alex, and then Alex also gave his shoes to the Hall of Fame, and he gives the trophy to the kid. And Reggie Jackson also gave out a crystal vase and then a watch that commemorated the 600th home run. But to me, the best part was, and I think Alex would say it as well, that kid who retrieved the ball, a lot of people said, you know what, he could have just run out of the stadium and sold the ball. His name is Frankie Babylonia, and the head of the security firm, Thomas Houck, and the security firm is called Securitas, gave the kid a check for $10,000. Now, how neat is that?
$10,000.
$10,000.
It's a big league move.
So, see, kids, it pays off to be honest. Fouled away. And there's the check.
And there's the smile.
I'd be smiling, too. Ground ball a second, Brignac. One away.
You watch Wade Davis work. I mean, he's got a good fastball, mid-90s, a little bit of movement. curveball and a slider, and very, very rarely he'll show you a changeup. But he's really had an adjustment year. He started off 3-1 with a 2.79. And then the middle 11 games of his rookie year, he really struggled. 2-8 with a 5.9. And then he made a couple of adjustments. The last 10 games, he's on fire. 7-0 at 3.31.
Pizzicato is a strike.
So like any young player coming up to the major leagues, he had a little taste of it last year, but going through a lot of adjustments during his rookie year, finishing up strong.
Right back to Wade Davis. Fields his position well. And 2 outs.
Well, he's liking the fact he's getting a lot of ground balls. 4 out of the 5 outs have been on the ground. It tells you he's got a little movement on that fastball down in the zone.
Here's Nick Swisher. You see his numbers. They're great. He went to the All-Star game this year. But when runners are on base, he becomes even better. He has a batting average of .343 when there's a runner on base. That's locking in just a little bit more. Davis deals. There's a strike from up here, John. Obviously, Adrian Johnson's a lot closer. Seems like Johnson is giving a generous strike zone to both pitchers.
Yeah, it looks like he's going to be a pitcher's umpire. And you wouldn't say he stretched the zone. He's just given that ball that's maybe, an inch or two off the corner.
Served down the left field line. Foul ball.
You know what, Michael, and you like that when you pay attention early to a home plate umpire who's giving a little bit. Just stay that way for 9 innings, and both clubs will not have a problem because you established it early. It's when all of a sudden you start giving some pitches off the plate early and then you tighten it up as the game goes on. That's where you'll see some of those looks or maybe some arguments.
The 0-2. I remember something Wade Boggs told me, though, and he was a hitting coach with you. I would say, why do you always get upset when a guy like John Hirschbeck's behind the plate and you know it's going to be a wide zone? He goes, because since I've been 7 years old, I've learned the strike zone. He said, so why should that strike zone deviate from umpire to umpire? Swing and a miss, and Swisher goes down on strikes, and the Yankees go down in order. We played 2, Tampa Bay 1, the Yankees nothing right here on Yes. Top of the 3rd inning, we're going to check in with our good friend Kimberly Jones. Hi, Kimberly.
Hello, Michael.
What's your middle name, Kimberly? I've never asked you that.
Why are we doing that?
I want to know.
Alicia.
I like that. Kimberly Alicia. Kimberly Alicia, tell me about AJ.
Okay, I'd like to do that, Michael. It is important that he pitch well for the Yankees. As we know, I talked to pitching coach Dave Island today for our batting practice show, and he would like AJ to attack the zone, to stay aggressive, and to focus on every pitch. Now, AJ will tell you it's not a matter of focus, it's a matter of being at ease on the mound. Essentially, these guys mean the same thing. For example, Dave Island would not have liked that walk when he was ahead 0-2 in the first inning, but I bet he did like when AJ buckled down and just allowed the sacrifice fly to end that inning and get out of it, just giving up the one run. There is no doubt AJ Burnett is the Yankees' best option if he's pitching well as the number 2 pitcher in the postseason. Why? Island will tell you we saw it work last year. We'd like to do it that way again because that would mean AJ was on his game. The Yankees coaches have emphasized to him, it doesn't matter what happened from April till now. It matters what happens from now till the end of the postseason, and AJ buys into that. He is a guy that needs positive reinforcement, and they're trying to give that to him. And Michael, I'd remind you, you know this, AJ won Game 2 in the ALDS last year, Game 2 in the ALCS last year, and Game 2 in the World Series last year. That is why ideally they'd love to go CeCe, AJ, Andy Pettitte for the first 3 starters in the postseason.
It baffles me, Kim, and I'm going to ask John this as well. This guy's a veteran. Why do they have to drill it into his head that he has to concentrate on every pitch? I don't get it. John, why?
Well, I thought Kim was going to answer that first. That's it. You know
I feel
what?
like I've answered it all season. We've talked about this.
It's hard to understand.
No, it is. And, he's just one of those guys that when things get going in the wrong direction, it just snowballs. And for whatever reason, you're a rookie, you're a veteran, he hasn't found a way to slow it down. Dave Island, as we see, has tried to do everything. Kim, I hope you have a better answer.
I don't. You're the catcher. But what I will tell you is it mystifies AJ, too, if that makes anybody feel any better. He knows it's been a problem. He said it all season. We've talked about it a lot this season, Michael, as the issue's a walk there. He knows it. It's a matter of correcting it consistently. What they're hoping is he can do it from here on out in the regular season and then somehow corral it under the bright lights of the postseason.
You know what, too, Kim? It doesn't matter if he finishes this year 10-15. Because if he goes out and has a great postseason, they reset the clock, and that's what they pay off on.
Well, and I'll remind you, Michael, when they signed him as a free agent from the Blue Jays, one of the things that the Yankees pointed out and liked, he seemed to like the big stage. He did his best pitching against the Yankees and Red Sox. They still think he has that in him. They hope so, too.
Now, one guy who has really solidified a strength for the Yankees, made it even stronger, is Kerry Wood. And I know that you were asking a lot of people about him today, and Dave Island as well. This guy really has been a revelation because his numbers in Cleveland weren't very good. His numbers here are off the charts.
They are, and Dave Island says he has stabilized that bullpen. Kerry Wood coming in, he's given up 1 earned run as a Yankee. And those appearances started back on August 1st. It's a string of 23 innings. He has been absolutely terrific for a Yankee bullpen that we all remind you has been without Alfredo Aceves for almost all the season and Damaso Arte for a couple months now and won't have either of them in the postseason. Mariano Rivera told me Kerry Wood has been the guy to step in and fill the hole that we had because of Marte and Aceves not being here. He loves what he's done in the bullpen, and Kerry Wood's fit in very well, too.
See George Hendrick there. We talked about him yesterday, how deep he played. Now we can see why as a first base coach. He just got out of the way. That was scary.
Yeah, you can laugh about it in the dugout, but you're right, able to get out of the way, and a big man got down pretty quickly.
So the count 0-2 on Zobrist. And that one is popped up. Gardner comes in. Jeter goes out. Gardner with the call and the catch. Take one more look at how George Hendrick got down. And I think he legitimately had to get down or he would have gotten hit with that foul ball. And then you can laugh now because it didn't turn out to be a bad thing, but he's going to hear it in the dugout a little bit later on. Kim, one more thing about Wood that I was wondering. you think it's legitimate. He is your 8th inning guy, right? They're not going to mess with Robertson or Chamberlain or try to mix and match. In the postseason, it's going to be Wood, and then it's going to be Rivera.
Yes, it certainly seems that way. And Joe Girardi trusts him against lefties, which is big because it will only be Boone Logan as the lefty in the bullpen. Dave Island saying it's allowed Java and David Robertson to kind of relax a little bit. Not relax like, okay, we got this done, but relax as in they don't have that 8th inning pressure. They're not leading. They're not giving the ball to Mariano. Kerry Wood is a veteran. His presence and experience is something that is rubbing off on the younger pitchers. I think that's a plus, too, of this acquisition by Brian Cashman.
Count 1-0 on Crawford. Swings and misses. Another thing that I was curious about, Kim, yesterday a big 2-run double by Cano late in the game, and everybody just assumed, well, you know what, Josh Hamilton's going to be the MVP of the league, and everybody else is playing for second. Well, Josh Hamilton hasn't played in about a month. He has broken ribs. I mean, you think that Cano might be the MVP?
Well, I mean, there's talk that it certainly could be. Josh Hamilton out with those fractured ribs. It sounds like he's going to try to give it a go next week. And a couple weeks ago, Michael.
Jeter grabs that, flip to second. That's all they'll get.
A couple weeks ago, Michael, one Yankee told me if Josh Hamilton doesn't get a hit the rest of the year, he's going to be MVP barring that. Well, he's been out for an awfully long time. I asked Cano about the MVP talk today. He said, I forget about that stuff. We're winning games. This feels like the playoffs have started already. I said, but when you hear your name with the MVP, that's pretty cool, isn't it? And he said, it's every kid's dream to win the MVP someday.
Well, he certainly got a chance this year, and the way he plays, got a chance every single year. Kim, we thank you, and we'll hear you later on the postgame show.
Thanks, Mike.
All right, thanks, Kim. That's Kimberly Jones. You think he's got a shot at the MVP, John?
Well, of course he's got a shot at it. I mean, he hasn't. I mean, Josh Hamilton was having such a big year, and now it's kind of evened out that he's been hurt and hasn't played in a while, so you're going to start hearing some different names.
That was very close.
You'd expect this to be a situation. Carl Crawford will be running at some point. 2 outs. Longoria at the plate. Rays 9 for 9 against AJ this year. Good quick throw to first. Almost gets Crawford. 44 stolen bases on the year.
There's the strike. Close again. To compare the numbers between Cano and Hamilton, you see how close this was. AJ with quick beat and a quick throw. Wow. Crawford almost fell over.
Check out that left foot. It's almost like he rolls his ankle, misses the bag, trying to go for that front corner.
Anyway, Cano's numbers entering tonight: 322, 383 on base percentage, 28 homers, 104 ribbies. Then you've got Hamilton at 361, 414 on base percentage, 31 homers and 97 ribbies. They both play premier defensive positions. They both play them very well. So that can't really be a tiebreaker. The 0-2. Hey, stay tuned during the 6th inning for a message from our friends at the Fox Business Network, the power to prosper.
It's an interesting pitch selection right there, Michael. 0-2, and A.J. Burnett went with a changeup on a right-handed hitter, Longoria. A.J., that's probably his 3rd best pitch, a changeup, and an interesting time to throw it. 0-2. Made a good pitch down in the zone. Trying to pick some spots to mix in that pitch.
Runner goes. Go to second. Not in time. Stolen base for Crawford. And opponents are now 36 for 41 in stolen base attempts against Burnett this year.
Gets a great jump, and I was actually thinking Cervelli should not throw this, but he makes it a lot closer than I thought it would be. And if you watch it throw, it goes from his knees. Plenty of arm strength. I didn't even think this would be that close. It's an impressive throw.
2-2. Count 3-2. You know, you think about it, he's on second now with a stolen base. If Mark Teixeira had applied the tag on Crawford when he went into first awkwardly, would have been out. He never really got to the bag and then tumbled over. But the throw was not in time if he had gotten back to the bag in normal fashion. But check this out. If Mark just applies the tag here, he would have been out. Three-2. Foul back. See if that comes back to haunt them if Longoria drives in Crawford.
We'll see how this game works out. I really like AJ's stuff so far in this ball game. He's walked a couple and kind of let some 0-2 counts get away from him. But if you watch his body of work so far around the strike zone, real good velocity with the fastball, good location in the power curve. No reason to challenge hitters when you have this type of stuff tonight. Try to keep it in the strike zone.
Girelli wants to talk things over with Burnett. Three-2. Foul down the right field line. Crawford leads off second. And the payoff to Longoria. Nice play by AJ. Blindly stabbed it to retire Longoria and end the inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, and one man left. With his back turned to the batter, a little backhand stab of the ground ball up the middle for the final out. We go to the bottom of the third. Enjoy the journey. One more game against Tampa Bay. It's tomorrow night. Then the Red Sox are in town. Final 3 games of the regular season here in the Bronx. Night game, 4:10, 8:05, and then on the road again. 3 against Toronto and 3 finishing up against Boston. Berkman takes outside 1-0. Wade Davis has been perfect through 2, 6 up, 6 down. Bottom third of the order now. Berkman, Granderson, and Cervelli. Popped up. Right side of the infield converges, and Brignac makes the call on the catch for the first out. Not a good sign for the Yankees because, as John mentioned in the scouting report, Davis gets better as the game goes on. First time through the order, you hit 301 against him. Second time, 251. Third time, 236. Fourth time, 188. The Yankees have not had a hit the first time through the order.
Yeah, and it's an unusual trend. Usually you see it the other way around. The pitcher will start off hot, and then the numbers increase as the game goes on. Nice sign for a young pitcher. He gets better and stronger as the game goes.
The 0-1. 1-1.
He's got everything you look for in a pitcher. He works fast. He throws strikes. Not overpowering. I mean, the fastball in the low 90s. Good movement. Curveball just missed.
Count 3-1 to Granderson.
Biggest thing for a young pitcher, Michael, is when they finally believe they can get big league hitters out and they don't have to be perfect. People around the Rays say Davis tried to be a little too fine early on.
Too fine there with that 3-1 pitch. He misses outside. So Granderson is the first Yankee base runner. Scott's products keep your lawn lush and green. Visit Lowe's for a chance to win a VIP World Series experience. Compliments of Scott's. Here is Francisco Cervelli. With that walk, Granderson has now reached base safely in 13 straight games. I think it's starting to rain here at the stadium. Oh yeah, it's starting to rain. Wind is whipping up as well. And there's a strike. And a lot of the crowd scurrying for cover.
I know Bill Boland, our producer, is usually our meteorologist, giving us some forecasts. My daughter just texted me from Rockland County about a half an hour away, and it is coming down pretty strong. Find out which way it is moving.
Count 1-1. And the umpires are calling for the tarp. A very, very quick tarp call. And we're being told that it's a big cell on the radar. So they know it's going to be raining for a while. And this creates a problem for the managers. Let's see, they restart this game. Wade Davis, if it's more than an hour. A.J. Burnett, if it's more than an hour. And then all of a sudden, you have to use your bullpen to get 6 innings. Which is a lot to ask of your pen. So the Yankee grounds crew will quickly put the tarp on. The rain falling hard, the wind blowing briskly, and we're going to have a rain delay. We are going to have a rain delay here at the stadium. So Granderson on first base with 1 out. The Yankees down 1-0. And it's interesting, John, if you looked at the road trip that the Yankees had, they didn't play very well, but they were in every single game. It seemed like they were in every game. And a lot of the games came down right to the end. The first 2 games here against Tampa Bay, it seemed like they're more of a complete team. I think that road trip, a lot of it was let's get everybody healthy, let's get everybody back. And now you're seeing the Yankee lineup.
Well, you're seeing the lineup scored 8 runs the last 2 games, first 2 games of the series against the Rays, and that's what we're used to seeing from that Yankee lineup. You know, the one thing I would be concerned about here, Michael, with this delay, and, you know, we'll see if A.J. is going to come out, how long it's going to last. You know, but the bullpen for the Yankees have been taxed on that road trip. You know, last night, Javi Vasquez did a nice job, Jobber Chamberlain. So a bunch of the pen is rested for tonight. But that's the last thing you want to see, middle to the end of September. Some rain delays where you really have to go into your bullpen early.
I love these people, you know, because it almost reminds me of the Bill Murray character in Caddyshack. Well, I don't think the heavy stuff is coming for a while. and just sitting there eating their sandwich. I mean, that was priceless. They're still there. Circle them. They are not bothered by the rain at all. You know what's great? It's pouring, and the guy wiped his mouth after eating. I mean, the rain was going to wash it away for you, bud. Now, A.J. Burnett has already had a rain-shortened start. That was in Texas. Boy, that sandwich is getting soggy, miss. It really is. They're just enjoying the precipitation. We're going to take a short break. We're going to be back, though. We will be back. Stay with us. We're not going to throw to the $1 Million Movie. This is the Yes Network. We're going to talk baseball. So please stay with us through the rain.
talked a little bit about this. Will this be the window closing on the Rays after this year? Crawford a free agent, Pena a free agent. When you got kids like Hellickson in the minor leagues, they're just going to restock young pitching. They feel like he has a bright future, and actually moved them to the bullpen, thinking that he might be able to do, I don't know if it would be a little job at Chamberlain, but give them a little boost in the bullpen and probably get a little long relief appearance here tonight.
Well, there's a big spot for him. A big spot for Hellickson at AAA Durham. The Durham Bulls made famous in Bull Durham. 21 games. That's the AAA affiliate for the Rays. 12-3, which is the same record that Ivan Nova had with Scranton Wilkes-Barre, the Yankees AAA affiliate, a 2.45 ERA. So it's going to be a rain delay of about 2 hours and 12 minutes, as best as I can tell. A 1-1 count on Francisco Cervelli. Curtis Granderson is on first base with 1 out, and the Yankees are down 1-0. And we hope that you've hung in there as long as the rain did. And if you're tuning in, there's a baseball fan that might have tuned out. Give them a call right now. Tell them to turn yes back on their TV. So Hellickson is ready, and the 1-1 to Cervelli is a strike. The official rain delay is 2 hours and 11 minutes if you keep track of such mundane things. The field looks like it's in great shape. Doesn't look like it's a slow track at all for Granderson at first. Breaking ball, and Cervelli could not hold up, so he is down on strikes in one of the longest at-bats he'll ever have in his career.
Well, Hellickson looks like he's got good stuff coming out of the pen. That first fastball was impressive, and here the strikeout pitch. You would classify this as a curveball. It goes straight down. Cervelli tries to hold up his swing and cannot. 2 pitches already, and we see why the Rays like this kid.
Now here's Brett Gardner. He grounded out to first, or to second in the first inning. Now, we told you Royce Ring warming up for the Yankees in their bullpen. Now Dustin Mosley has joined Royce Ring. Now, you would think Mosley's more of a longer relief guy. So maybe he brings in Ring to match up a couple of lefties and then goes to Mosley for the longer stretch. The 0-1. There's a strike, and the count 0-2. 1-0 Rays, bottom of the third. A 2 hour and 11-minute rain delay here at the stadium. And the 0-2 from Hellickson. Really stays a long time and is set. Trying to throw off the timing of Granderson.
A little surprised Granderson did not try to take a lead there to get a jump and steal a base. An 0-2 count. With Brett Gardner leading off. Obviously in the hole 0-2, you might try to steal a base. If you get thrown out, no big deal. Brett Gardner leads off the next inning.
Count 2-2.
Well, Michael, you always look at young pitchers and their delivery, and you know what? Hellickson looks like he's got a real smooth, easy delivery. He does not overdo it. Ball jumps out of his hand. Good changeup right there to Brett Gardner that was down. But sometimes you watch pitchers and they have a max effort delivery. They put 100% into it. This kid looks like he's pitching about 80%. Ball jumping out of his hand.
Runner goes. 2-2 is swung and missed. So impressive by Hellickson. He comes in and strikes out the 2 Yankees that he faces. Yankees lead 1. We go to the 4th. 1-0 Rays. Wade Davis, who started the game, defeated the Yankees twice this season. Now, who was the last rookie pitcher to defeat the Yankees 3 times in one season? Not going to be Wade Davis. He was taken out because of the rain. But he certainly looked poised to at least give it a shot. We'll find out who that rookie pitcher was, or is, in just a moment. Royce Ring, in his Yankee debut, pitches inside. Ring was in the minors for the Cardinals all of last season. This is his first big league appearance since August 1st of 2008.
Remember seeing Ring in spring training. He had really dropped down a little low angle. It could be tough on lefties. Standing numbers in AAA this year.
Dan Johnson, flied out to left in the first inning. Count 1-1.
Making his first appearance this year for the Yankees, trying to open up the coaching staff's eyes.
Strike 3. That'll open their eyes.
Yeah, pretty good start. And I mentioned he's going to be tough on lefties with that arm angle, big sweeping slider. You're Dan Johnson, you sit on the slider, and then you get a fastball or maybe a little cutter right on the corner. Tough at bat for any left-handed hitter. Interesting, he showed a big sweeping slider, and there was a tighter one that had a little bit of break on it. Maybe got the benefit of doubt on the call.
There's Matt Joyce. Hammered foul. Happy little guy, hung in there during the rain delay. Now got a baseball.
Michael, I got to get something off my chest here. You know, there's the old saying in baseball, what happens in the clubhouse stays in the clubhouse.
Yeah.
Well, obviously what happens in the studio does not stay in the studio.
Why? You're upset. You seem upset.
Well, I mean, there are two colleagues up there, Jack Curry and Bob Lorenz, who just let out all the little secrets.
I don't think it's the same, kind of thing as it is in the clubhouse. You seem upset.
Well, I'm a little upset's not the right word, but disappointed's probably the best way to describe it. And you got to hear from other people that you're getting hammered by your colleagues.
And that bothered me because you're my teammate, and I don't like it.
We were trying to have a nice conversation with Jeff Van Gundy, right?
That was great.
It was fantastic. And then all of a sudden, with one comment, I was brought back down to reality that some of my teammates up there were all over me.
And the thing that was great, I have never seen you laugh like you did when Jeff was telling the stories, because you're usually somewhat dour lately.
Now, he can tell a story.
Yeah, he can tell a story. Count 3-2 on Joyce, the pitch. Still 3-2.
Now, Michael, I'm terrible about stuff like this, but Royce Ring, I mentioned, it was trying to open up some eyes here, at the end of September. Is there any way that he'd be able to get on the postseason roster?
Well, there's a clerical way he can.
With an injury?
Yeah, I mean, because there's strike three, and it's certainly making a case. Well, with Marte on the DL and with Aceves on the DL, that gives Brian Cashman the maneuverability to fill those spots without having somebody be there on September 1st.
Well, so far so good. And mentioned he's going to be a tough at bat on lefties with that low arm angle. And he's getting the off-the-plate call from home plate umpire Adrian Johnson. You see Joyce thought he had a walk. We thought he was going to come face a couple lefties and leave. He's still in there facing Bartlett.
And there's a strike. Not that the umpires would do this knowingly, or at least overtly. But, it's going to be a 6-hour day for them at the ballpark, maybe longer. And I don't think that, he's going to be calling a real tight strike zone right now after a 2-hour rain delay.
No, and to be fair, he had a generous, or not it's a pitcher strike zone from the beginning of this ball game, and you just wanted him to be consistent. So far he is here in the 4th inning. But is that human nature? I guess, if you're an umpire, you really got to bear down and be a professional and not let the elements dictate your strike zone.
There's a ground ball to Cano. He gobbles it up. And a 1-2-3 inning for Royce Ring. A nice Yankee debut for the left-hander. We go to the bottom of the 4th. 1-0 Rays. Brought to you in part by Honda. Come see what's new for 2011 today at your Honda dealer. By Blimpie, America's sub shop. And by Heineken Light. See the light. It'll be Derek Jeter, Mark Teixeira, and Alex Rodriguez against Jeremy Hellickson on a relief after the 2-hour and 11-minute rain delay. Rays really shift for Jeter in the outfield. The center fielder Zobrist is pretty much in right center field. Dead center is dead open. And the pitch is outside, 1-0.
Well, the first thing you think of there is an old saying, you pitch him away and play him away. But the Rays' first pitch tried to go inside on Derek Jeter, and he's shown them in this series he's going to go the other way. The fly ball was to right field, first at bat.
The 2-0. And he hits it right where they were playing him. Drifting over to his left is Zobrist. And there's one away. Let's take a look at the New York State Smokers Quit Line Quiz answer. The question, Rays starter Wade Davis defeated the Yankees twice this season. Who was the last rookie pitcher to defeat the Yankees 3 times in one season? And the answer is Kevin Brown. 1989 with the Rangers. He had nasty stuff back then.
Well, I was unfortunate to face him in 1992, 3 years later. I'll tell you what, that was as good of a right-handed sinker as you will ever see. As everybody knows, kind of had that demeanor where you didn't know where the baseball was going to go. Not a very comfortable at bat.
And Teixeira gets punked.
Well, just what Mark Teixeira needs, having problem with that right foot, with the right hand. And now he's going to get a little cutter in the right thigh. So he's got the right side covered. An injury here, here, and in the hand. Not what he needs here at the end of September.
And that's going to bring up A-Rod. Grounded out to second. That was in the second. You know, we talked about how much they like Jeremy Hellickson with the Rays. And we also spoke earlier about how much trouble their starting rotation has been in the last 16 games, pitching to an ERA of about 9. And after Price, everybody's a question mark. Well, the Tampa Tribune, one of the papers that covers the Rays, is he having popcorn, Garza? I guess so. They have an online poll, and the poll is who should be the number 2 starter after Price in the postseason. A-Rod pops it up foul on that play. Hellickson, according to the fans now, this is Joe Madden, Hellickson is winning with 32% of the vote. Garza 26, Davis 25, and Shields 14. Shields is falling out of favor in Tampa.
Yeah, I think right now, we mentioned it would be Price, and Davis is probably your number 1 and 2 guys as far as throwing the ball well at this point. But Hellickson, I mean, they moved him to the bullpen, so you would have to think that the pitch count would be an issue. I don't know if the fans took that into consideration. You can see why they like his stuff. A real effortless delivery. Fastball curve change. Throwing a lot of strikes, getting ahead in the count.
.117 and 2/3 innings in AAA, 123 strikeouts, just 35 walks. Count remains 0-2 on A-Rod. Check swing. Did he go? No, he did not.
You know, I've mentioned it a few times already, but you like his delivery. It's so smooth and effortless. You're seeing a lot of these check swings, especially on that breaking ball down in the dirt. Nice block by Navarro. Fastball kind of jumps at you in the low 90s and a good curveball.
One, two. 2-2. Bottom of the fourth, 1-0 Rays. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. And A-Rod down on strike, so Hellickson wins that battle. Let's take a look at how they attacked A-Rod with a pitch-by-pitch, brought to you by Suzuki Kazashi.
Hellickson does a nice job jumping ahead early. Fastball for a strike. Fastball fouled off and a good swing. Cutter maybe middle, another fastball foul ball. Then he goes to the curveball down and away. Change up right on right. You don't see that very often. Then a fastball right by Alex Rodriguez. You know, watch that at bat right there, and I think that's what Phil Hughes has been doing a little bit better lately, showing his curveball, showing his changeup, and then you can sneak that fastball by at 92 miles an hour.
Here's Cano, rounded back to the mound in the second inning. Hellickson is a guy who keeps the ball in the ballpark. He allowed just 5 home runs in 117 and 2/3 innings at AAA this year. Cano has 54 walks this year. All of last season he had 30. So that's a part of his game that has really improved, and he's also swinging at better pitches. And that's just part of the maturation of Cano as a hitter and as a player.
You know, that's the difference, Michael. When Robinson now swings at a pitch out of the zone, you actually take a second look because you don't see it very often anymore. And that used to be the norm for Robinson the first few years of his career.
How about this? 08 and 09 combined, he had 56. So he has 54 this year. High fly ball, left field. Crawford makes the play, and that'll do it here in the fourth. No runs, no hits, no errors, and 1 man left. We go to the 5th inning at the stadium. It's 1-0 Rays. 2-hour and 11-minute rain delay, but got a good baseball game going on the Kia scoreboard. It's 1-0 Tampa Bay over the Yankees, and because of the 2-hour and 11-minute rain delay, you should not lose sight. This is a big game.
Yeah.
This isn't a game. This isn't a throwaway game, in June, where let's just get this over with. This is a battle for first place in the American League East. Pitches outside to Reed Brignac.
Well, obviously a bigger game for the Rays, 2.5 games back coming into this one. But you're right, Michael. I mean, you have a long rain delay over 2 hours.
Fouled back and giving chase as Cervelli makes the play.
With a long rain delay, 2 hours, you come back out on the field, you remember you're fighting for the American League East.
There's been a tight series, a tight season series. Team splitting 16 games. We thought it'd be interesting to tell you how this breaks down, though, and I think this is important. If the Yankees and the Rays finish in a first-place tie with both teams assured of participating in the postseason, that means that one team would be the winner in the East and the other team would be the wild card. First place would be determined by the winner of the season series between the two clubs. That's why these games are important. So it's 8-8 right now, as they've split the 16. Now, the Yankees and the Rays finished tied for first place with both teams assured of a postseason berth and their season series tied at 9 games apiece. The tie would be broken in favor of the team with the best record in intra-division games. Those are games within the American League East. Now, if it comes down to that, the Rays would leave New York with a 40-29 mark against the East and only 3 games left against Eastern opponents. 3 home games against the Orioles. And the Yankees, that one is ground. Oh, what a play by A-Rod. Gets to his feet and fires. 2 away. So one more time, the Rays would leave New York at 40-29 against the American League East, 3 games against the O's. The Yankees would enter the weekend against the Red Sox with a 36-27 intra-division record and all 9 of their remaining games against AL East opponents. So they could actually overtake the Rays if that happens. So a couple of clerical notes there on how they would break that tie. But the first one is head-to-head. Let's take a look at that A-Rod play again against Navarro.
Navarro hitting right-handed, chops it down the line. Alex Rodriguez to his right. Navarro doesn't run great for a catcher, an easy play across the diamond.
On the IOTV HD Super Shot, looks even better.
Yeah, that's the toughest part of the play. Good reactions going to his right. An easy throw across. Royce Ring looking very impressive. He's got a few right-handers out. Tough at bat against the lefties.
Boy, John Jaso really walks. 2 walks tonight. Last night he had 2 walks, and in the first game he had a walk. So 5 walks so far. And speaking of walking, Joe Girardi is going to walk out of the dugout, and he's going to go to the bullpen. You have to like the job that Royce Ring did. Faced 6 batters, retired 5 of them. He walked John Jaso, and now they go to Dustin Mosley. If the playoffs started today, which of these American League teams would you consider the most dangerous? You've been texting us all night at 58772, and here's how you voted. 42% think it's going to be Minnesota, 35% Tampa Bay, and 23% Texas. I think they're all going to be tough. There's no easy route to the World Series. Here's Dustin Mosley. Mosley has not pitched a lot of late. It's his first appearance since September 12th. Today's the 22nd, and just his second since September 4th.
It's always a big concern when you have a long layoff like that. We saw it last night with Javi Vasquez. He was able to throw the ball over the plate, which was good news for him. We'll see if Dustin Mosley can do the same tonight. Get work in the bullpen on the side and get a feel for your pitches, but totally different when you come in game action. You see his numbers for the year.
Five relief appearances and 8 starts. Line drive, a base hit to right field. So Zobrist picks up a single. Stopping at second is Jaso.
For the Rays, who have been struggling offensively lately, it's all going to come down to Carl Crawford and Evan Longoria. The middle of their lineup, they have to come through with the big hits. If they don't, you feel like you can pitch to the rest of that lineup. Crawford in a position here with 2 outs, coming through with a big hit.
There's a strike.
Check out the movement. A little front hip sinker actually runs back a little bit too far over the plate. Be dangerous to a left-handed hitter, but Mosley gets away with it.
Hot shot up the middle, a base hit. Rounding third and heading home is Jaso. He'll score. Zobrist moves to third. An RBI single for Crawford, and Tampa Bay leads 2-0.
Well, the Yankees last night did a great job with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, coming through with those big hits. And these are the deflating ones. If you're a guy like Mosley, you get 2 outs, get ahead in the count 0-1, and then you throw a curveball down, and Crawford stays right on it, driving it back up the middle. 2-out hits are crushing, but I mentioned it's got to be number 3 Crawford and number 4 Longoria in this lineup. They got to start doing the damage for the Rays.
Here is Longoria. Backhanded by Cervelli. Runner goes. Strike. Throw to second. Not in time. Another stolen base for Crawford. His second of the night.
Again, Cervelli comes up with a strong throw, but he really does not have a play. Zobrist at third base. You got to make sure he's not trying to steal home on the double steal. A nice strong throw, but Crawford's going to be in there easily. See Zobrist at third base, not even thinking about it. Now Longoria, a couple of runners in scoring position with 2 outs.
One count on Longoria. First base is open, and Dan Johnson is on deck. And a strike.
Good pitch and a fastball count right there. Break the ball for a strike.
Nice resume, third overall pick, and he's made it. Rookie of the year. You don't want to waste that third overall pick. The Rays didn't. Made the All-Star game 3 times, won the Gold Glove last year. Chop over the mound, charging Jeter, fires, got it. And that'll do it. But 1 run on 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base for the Rays. At the end of 4.5, we're halfway through. Rays up by 2. TV, internet, and phone. It's time for Fios. Wow. If you don't have a ticket to the game, welcome to Yes Tomorrow. David Price against CC Sabathia. 2 of the best pitchers in baseball. Our coverage will begin at 6 p.m. on the Yes Network. We're both excited about that game. That should be fun.
That is as good as it gets. A young left-hander against the polished veteran CC Sabathia. Hooked up September 13th in Tampa. They did not disappoint.
Yeah, pretty special. Now, Hellickson now has a 2-0 lead as we go to the bottom of the 5th inning. Swisher, Berkman, and Granderson on the Kia Motors scoreboard 2-4-0. And the Yankees are being no-hit over the first 4.
Oh, you allowed to say that?
Oh, yeah. There's a strike. No less an authority than Vin Scully says. You have a job to do. You must say it's a no-hitter.
You know what? I actually was interviewed because I guess during one game I mentioned that there was a no-hitter going on in the 5th or the 6th inning, and it was a big deal to somebody that I actually mentioned those words.
It's a big deal to fans because I think they're superstitious about it. But, I mean, you do have a job to do up here, and you have to say somebody's pitching a no-hitter. And again, if I'm going to, that one is driven to left field. If I'm going to take advice from somebody, it's probably going to be Vin Scully. The greatest baseball announcer of all time. So if he says that's our job to do it, then that's our job to do it.
You know what? And from a player's perspective, if you get to the 6th inning and there are no hits on the board, I mean, you're talking to each other in the dugout. It's the same thing you would.
But not to the pitcher, right?
Not to the pitcher, no. Right. But you would say, well, we don't have any hits, or they don't have any hits. Didn't think it was that big of a deal.
Oh, it's huge to fans. Huge. I remember something that my former radio partner John Sterling used to say. If I have that much influence, I'm probably underpaid. It'll be a 2-1.
Very nice.
0-1 to Berkman. Big cut. The count 0-2. There's John and Susan hanging in there. And the 0-2 to Berkman. Foul away.
You watch Hellickson in this fastball, and it's 91, maybe 92 miles an hour, but you watch some of these swings that the Yankees are taking. He's throwing the fastball right by him. I mean, they are late. Just shows you he's got some deception and that nice, easy delivery I talked about, ball jumping out of his hand.
The 1-2. That one is drilled to right field. Deep. Going back, Joyce. Track. Wall. See ya. A solo shot. Lance Berkman. His first home run as a Yankee. Yankees on the board. Yankees get a hit. It's 2-1 Rays.
Well, you don't know if that home run is going to prove to be a big swing in this ballgame or a big run, but Hellickson might be questioning himself. First couple of pitches through some fastballs pretty much right by Lance Berkman. Decides to go with back-to-back changeups, and he gets beat. Berkman gets a bat head out. We have mentioned he has been swinging the bat well left-handed, but has not had any power to show for it. First home run as a Yankee, 14th of the year. I think Hellickson might be questioning his pitch selection after that swing.
And for Berkman, his first home run since July 27th with the Astros 92 at-bats ago. He's swinging the bat so much better since coming off the DL. He's now 19 for 52 since coming off the DL with a sprained ankle.
You know, and I know Jack Kerr, you see on the Yes Mo, talked on the pregame show about that back knee driving down towards home plate like Kevin Long has worked with Lance Berkman and paid off there.
By the way, 19 for 52 since coming out the deal. That's 365. Off-speed strike. The count 2-2. And there he is with his buddy Andy Pettit.
It's got to be nice feeling right there. Get that first one out of the way as a Yankee. Swinging the bat good. Waiting for the first home run. You finally got it.
Granderson swings and misses.
Well, he got beat with the changeup to Berkman. He throws, well, it was up in the zone. Granderson just a little bit too quick. He was fooled on the speed, not the location.
And the pitch to Cervelli. That's right. 2-1. The Rays lead the Yankees. Third game of this four-game set. Yankees won the first two. They lead in the American League East by 2.5 games. 2 in the loss column. One pitch. I think the thing that really stands out about Hellickson, he's a kid, but he has the poise of someone much older, and also the pitch selection of somebody who's been around a while. He uses all of his pitches and throws them for strikes, and they seem to be pitches that he will throw at any count.
Yeah, and it always impresses you when a right-hander will throw a changeup to a right-handed batter. Curveball down there, and just because if you make a mistake down and into a righty, usually it's going to end up in left field, maybe in the seats, but it's going to be hit hard. Hellickson not afraid to throw that pitch to a righty. We talked about Ivan Nova, the young pitcher who sometimes doesn't have the ability to slow a game down. It looks like Hellickson works at his own pace.
Swing and a miss. And Cervelli strikes out for the second time tonight. But Lance Berkman finally reaches the seats in pinstripes. His first Yankee Stadium home run, his first Yankee home run. Hasn't had a home run in a long time. 92 at bats. Yankees are on the board. They trail 2-1. In action tomorrow, the Yankees take on the Rays. It's knit cap night. First 18,000 fans in attendance will receive a Yankees knit cap, courtesy of Starter. For tickets, log on to Yankees.com. Visit the Yankee Stadium ticket window, Yankees clubhouse shops, or call Ticketmaster at 877-469-9849. Johnson checks the swing and fouls the bat. That's a good gift for you, John. You can shovel the snow around the mansion in the winter with a little knit cap on.
My guys in the studio give me a hard time about my chocolate addiction. I do not live in a mansion.
1-1. I've been there. It's pretty big.
Yeah, let's talk about the multiple residences of Michael Kay. Do we go to the country estate tonight?
The Fortress of Solitude, that is.
Or we go downtown where all the action is?
That one's driven deep to right center field off the bat of Johnson. Turning and looking is Granderson. See ya. A home run by Dan Johnson. They get back the home run that Berkman had, and now it's 3-1 Rays.
Well, the Yankees have seen enough of Dan Johnson. A couple of home runs against Phil Hughes in St. Pete last week. This guy can hit a fastball, and he can hit a fastball down. Big year at AAA in Durham. But check out location. It's middle. Is that same running front hip sinker that went to the middle of the plate. A dangerous pitch. Johnson made him pay the price.
That one is driven to right center field. Giving Chase Granderson, he can't get there. One hop up against the wall as Matt Joyce doubles after the home run by Johnson.
Crowd getting a little restless. I'm sure Joe Girardi and Dave Island watching. Mosley's had a lot of time off, and he doesn't look as sharp as we have seen him earlier. A couple of pitches middle of the plate with movement, but he cannot pitch middle with the lacking the velocity.
There's some stirring in the Yankee bullpen now. You know who we haven't seen in a long time, and you wonder why? Sergio Mitra has not pitched in a long time. Bunted foul.
Rays playing a little small ball here. Mentioned struggling offensively a little bit.
There's Mitra stretching, but not going out to warm up. There's Jason Bartlett with the 0-1 count. Pitch inside. This time he doesn't bunt. Now Chad Godin beginning to throw. This time he tries to bunt again. And the umpire at first, Andy Fletcher, said he didn't offer. Why would you bunt on the first pitch, not bunt on the second, then try to bunt on the third?
You know, when you try to bunt on the first pitch and he didn't get the job done, you can see he pulls the bat head back here. I think Bartlett was maybe thinking, or the Rays, the second pitch, that, you know what, I'm going to try to hunt a fastball, thinking that Mosley will lay one in there, thinking I'm going to bunt again. He didn't get it. Went back to the bunt on the third pitch.
That one is looped into right field. It is a base hit. Nick Swisher comes up throwing, and they hold Matt Joyce at third. So 3 straight hits, a home run, a double, and a single.
And no rhyme or reason right there with Bartlett or the Joe Maddon with the Rays. I think had the Yankees a little bit confused. Was he going to bunt? Mosley came in there with a fastball, and he hits it to right field. Dave Island, the pitching coach, coming on. Going to have a little talk, I'm sure, giving Chad Godin a little bit more time to work. Bartlett does a nice job just forcing the ball to the right side. If you hit a ground ball, you're going to advance Joyce to third. Works out even better for Bartlett. A little base hit to right field. First and third, nobody out.
This copyrighted telecast is presented by authority of the New York Yankees and may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. And the accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Yankees. Here's Reed Brignac. Runners on the corners. And trying to keep Bartlett close. Nub, third base side, but it kicks foul at the last moment. Alex sharing a laugh with third base coach Tom Foley.
Brignac has done a nice job for the Rays this year, known more as a defensive infielder. Swung the bat pretty well. 8 home runs, 42 RBIs, just over 100 games. Here in a nice situation, can pull a ball between first and second for a base hit, get a ball up in the air, sac fly.
Mosley sets right at the letters and the 1-1. Count 2-1. Now, I know Yankee fans are going to come down hard on Mosley, but you can't not pitch for so long and expect to be effective. They're not robots. They're not machines. And Joe Girardi and Dave Island know it. They like Dustin Mosley. There hasn't been an occasion to get him into games, and this is one where they need some length, and they're going to have to live and die with the ineffectiveness and the lack of command. You just do not have command if you don't pitch a lot.
Yeah, you're right, and that's what impressed me last night with Javi Vasquez. I mean, he gave up a couple of hits, but he was able to throw the ball over the plate after a long layoff, and you're seeing Mosley tonight not having that same type of success. And he's a guy who really has to hit the corners. He's a finesse pitcher. He needs to get ahead in the count. Falling behind, and it's hurting him.
Swing and a miss. Good off-speed pitch in the count, 2-2.
Probably the best pitch that he has thrown tonight. Well, 2-1 changeup down and away with good action. This is not going to be the highlight swing for Reed Brignac right there. Out in front, off balance.
2-2. Tries to pull the outside pitch. Teixeira's coming home. He's out. Great tag by Cervelli. Tagging the sliding Joyce. That's some play by Teixeira for the first out.
Well, he's banged up, fighting some injuries and not swinging the bat at his best right now. But Mark Teixeira always makes good plays out on the field. Off balance throw. Perfect to Francisco Cervelli, who throws out that left leg and rides Matt Joyce off a home plate.
Take a look at the Coors Light freeze cam. Freeze it. He is out. Fearlessly kicking out that leg, John.
Yeah, nice play all the way around. And you can do that when you have a good throw to work with, like Teixeira gave Cervelli.
Here's Navarro. And a strike.
Now you got to start thinking about getting greedy if you're Dustin Mosley. You got a catcher who doesn't run well, first and second, 1 out. Try to get yourself a double play ball and get out of this inning.
First and second with 1 out. 3-1 Rays.
If you start thinking about how can I get a double play on Navarro right here, get him to hit a ground ball, maybe show him a fastball in off the plate to get him excited, and then go with that changeup down and away. Sometimes you have to set up that ground ball pitch by showing something hard inside to go down and away to make your pitch and get your ground ball.
Strike. Nice block by Cervelli.
Well, nice play by Cervelli, keeping that possibility of a double play in order, keeping both runners on first and second. Right off the chest protector, you freeze the runners by looking at them. That is textbook right there. If your pitcher makes a pitch right here and you get a double play, you feel awfully good about yourself going back to the dugout with a nice block.
Lined right on one hop to Teixeira. They go to second one. Back to first. It's a double play. A 3-6-3 double play as Mosley gets out of further problems, and a lot of it had to do with Mark Teixeira. Yankees are trailing 3-1. Check this out. Time now for a message from our friends at the Fox Business Network, the power to prosper. Partner play. Great partnerships are built on trust. At G Capital, we prove that every day.
Well, Mark Teixeira's had a big inning in the field. Nice play at home, the throw, and here turning the double play. I don't know if there's anybody better getting rid of the baseball, making an accurate and a strong throw to Derek Jeter. Back over to Mark Teixeira. Nice partner play right there, and a big double play for Dustin Mosley.
Gardner leads off. Shows bunt, takes low. Hey, I want to take this opportunity to wish our director, John Moore's sister, a happy birthday. So happy birthday to her. Jane.
Happy birthday, Jane.
What if she stayed up this long? Oh, so she lives in Santa Rosa, California. She's prime now. This is prime time. It's 8:15 there. Happy birthday, Jane. Your brother misses you. The 1-1. Count 2-1.
Well, see if the Yankees can take that momentum from Mark Teixeira's defensive plays here into the 6th inning. Top of the order, Brett Gardner, Derek Jeter.
Grounded to first. Johnson there. 1 out. So Brett is 0 for 3 tonight. That's going to bring up Derek Jeter. Derek is flied out to right, and he's flied out to center.
Again, Zobrist in center field really shading Derek Jeter to right center. It worked out last time as Derek drove a ball to right center right at the beginning of the track. An easy play with the shift that was on.
Rounded through the left side for a base hit. It was a breaking ball, slow, and Jeter just hooked it between short and third.
You know, I was just thinking, Michael, the last at bat where he really drove the ball to right center field, that's what we're used to seeing from Derek Jeter. And when you get an off-speed pitch and maybe you're fooled a little bit out on your front foot and you hit it off the end, you still get a base hit to left field. You extend your hitting streak to 11 games. You get a fastball, you drive it the other way, an off-speed pitch, you hook it right in the hole.
Here's Mark Teixeira, who made those great plays in the field. They have the shift on for him. 3 infielders on the right side. Longoria shades up the middle. Count 1-0. Mark grounded to short, was hit by a pitch. He is 3 for his last 21. Sneaks a fastball right by him. Perfect spot for it, tying him up.
It's so hard to perform at the major league level when you're 100% healthy, and Mark Teixeira obviously battling a lot of injuries at this point in the season. Trying to get healthy enough to be able to take his A swing.
That one gets away from Navarro up the third baseline. Jeter moves to second.
Well, Navarro spent a lot of time at AAA this year, and he does not do a good job blocking this baseball. Looked a little lazy with his upper body, got a bad angle, and it deflects up the third base line, and Derek Jeter will advance easily on the wild pitch. It's a ball a catcher really needs to keep in front.
That also lessens the shift on Teixeira because Longoria now has to move closer to third, so more of up the middle is open. There's that change, and Teixeira swings over the top.
Yeah, it is a plus pitch, that changeup. You can see the 3-finger grip, like an OK change, circle change. Great arm action and good fade down and away.
Two-two. Grounded right back to Hellickson, who's headed to center field, but Hellickson turns it into an out. Well, let's see how Teixeira was pitched to. The pitch by pitch brought to you by Suzuki Kazashi.
Hellickson does a nice job. A little changeup down and away. Fastball up and in, ties him up. And you got to be thinking about that pitch as the curveball goes down. A changeup away, swings and misses. And another fastball, maybe a high changeup, a harder one right back up the middle. Nice play. Easy throw over to first base, but tough combination. Fastballs up and in, changeups down and away.
Here's Alex Rodriguez, 0 for 2 tonight. Sinking fastball, 0-1. The 0-1. That one is looped into left center field. Is it going to find grass? Yes. It dunks in front of Crawford. Scoring is Jeter. An RBI single for A-Rod. And the Yankees have closed to within one. 3-2 Tampa Bay.
Well, the ball in the dirt that Navarro did not block proves to be costly because Alex Rodriguez gets jammed and he starts talking to the ball to sit down, find some grass. Carl Crawford, very athletic, good speed, cannot make up the ground, and Derek Jeter will score easily on contact with 2 outs. If you're Navarro behind the plate, you start thinking, if I block that baseball and do not let Jeter to advance, that is not a run.
Well, Joe Madden now is going to go to his bullpen. He's got a lot of relievers out there. Hellickson did a nice job after the rain delay. Yankees are trailing by 1. In football presented by Geico as the crew breaks down this weekend's big games and looks ahead to Sunday's Giants matchup with the Titans and the Jets game with Miami. It's all tonight after the postgame. It's only on Yes. Now here is Randy Choate. So they match up the lefty against Cano. Cano against left-handers hitting .291 this year, so you're not exactly neutralizing him. Against righties entering tonight, .339. And Cano is 2 for 5 against Choate lifetime. And he had that hit yesterday, that 2-run double, which was not a bad pitch by Choate.
No, it wasn't. It was one of those sweeping sliders, and Robinson did not put his A swing, kind of blocked it off the other way, but it worked out. A double, couple RBIs to put last night's ball game away. You see the numbers.
Strike. Now, Cano knows if that ball's going to be called a strike, he's going to have trouble against Choate, because that was off the plate just a bit. Outside, 2-1. And the pitch. Fouled away, 2-2. The Rays scored a run in the first inning on a sac fly by Longoria. Then they scored a run in the 5th inning on an RBI single by Crawford. The Yankees got a run in the 5th inning on a home run by Lance Berkman. His first as a Yankee. That made it 2-1. Then the Rays came back with a home run by Dan Johnson in the top of the 6th, making it 3-1. And here in the 6th inning, an RBI single by A-Rod with 2 outs scored Derek Jeter, making it 3-2. Randy Choate comes on facing Cano. The runner goes, and that one is popped up. Longoria with the call and the catch, and that will do it. But the Yankees inch closer. 1 run on 2 hits and 1 man left. Let's go to the 7th. It's 3-2 Rays. In part by J&R Music and Computer World, and by Ford, the official truck of the New York Yankees. Well, we go to the 7th inning. If you just got home and you were out and you're going, why is the game still being played? Well, there was a 2-hour and 11-minute rain delay, and that was in the bottom of the 3rd inning. So here we are at the top of the 7th. Chad Godin comes on. He is the Yankees' 4th pitcher. The Verizon Wireless scoreboard, 3-2 Tampa Bay over the Yankees. Count 1-0. A strike to Jaso. He's been on base all 3 times with a walk and 2 walks and a single. 40th game for Godin. Grounded to first. That one's easy for Teixeira, 1 away. Let's take a look at the Rays in-game box score brought to you by McDonald's. There's 7 hits in here. John Jaso with a single, Ben Zobrist with a single, Crawford with an RBI single, a home run for Dan Johnson, a double for Matt Joyce, Bartlett with a single, Reed Brignac with a single. Longoria and Navarro are out of the party, but Longoria at least has an RBI on a sac fly. Here's Zobrist. Pitch is high. The 1-0. Strike. Since the start of August, Chad Godin has pitched very well. He's pitched to a 2.37 ERA. Grounded to second, Cano. 2 outs.
Couple of easy outs, couple of easy ground balls. And you mentioned those numbers since August. I mean, Chad Gaudin, his velocity has gotten a little bit better. Not overpowering, but enough on the fastball to make you swing and miss at the slider or pound it into the dirt.
Here's Crawford. High drive, right field, swisher back, track, wall, see ya. Home run Crawford, and the Rays go back up by 2, 4-2.
Mentioned the middle of the lineup for the Rays is going to have to get the job done. Carl Crawford has gotten it done tonight. A 2-out base hit and an RBI. Here gets a hanging slider, drives it deep to right field, puts another run up on the board for the Rays. First pitch, get me over slider. It's supposed to be away. It ends up middle up. Just enough to speed up Carl Crawford's bat. No doubt about that home run.
Another drive. Right center field. Deep. Swisher looking. See ya. Back-to-back home runs by the Tampa Bay Rays. And they lead 5-2.
Disappointing for Chad Gaudin. Got a couple of quick outs on some routine ground balls. And a mistake slider to Crawford, and Longoria drills this ball the other way. 22nd home run of the year. Pretty much a fastball right down Broadway. Is strong enough to drive it out into the Yankee bullpen.
Pitch to Jan Johnson is a strike. Ground and foul. A happy Rays dugout. Well, for Crawford, it was his first home run since August 29th. For Longoria, his first since September 7th. So there's been a power outage for the Rays, but they go back-to-back here in the 7th, the 0-2. The 1-2 pitch. Locked it into left center field. Coming on Granderson. He makes the dive and the catch. And he gets up a little slowly, but he hauled it in for the final out. Nice play by Curtis Granderson, taking away an extra base hit from Dan Johnson. But 2 runs on 2 hits on the back-to-back home runs by Crawford and Longoria. No errors and nobody left. At the end of 6 1/2, it's time for the 7th inning stretch here at the stadium. Rays lead 5-2, but we'll stay here and honor America in the Bronx.
Thank you. Now Kane Smith's rendition of God Bless America.
Yankees in-game box score brought to you by McDonald's. Derek Jeter with a hit. In fact, it was a hit and a run scored. Alex Rodriguez, a bloop single and an RBI. Mark Teixeira got plunked with a pitch. A home run by Lance Berkman, his first as a Yankee. Yankees really haven't done much. You count it up. You don't have to be a mathematician. That's just 3 hits. New pitcher is Grant Balfour. 4th pitcher used by Joe Madden. And a new first baseman is Carlos Pena as they tighten up their defense.
We saw Balfour in the first game of this series have a nice year. ERA 2.45 with 41 hits and 51 in the third.
He's going to face Swisher, Berkman, and Granderson. Verizon Wireless scoreboard 5-2. There's Pena first. Six games Balfour's faced the Yankees this year. Pitched to a 1.69 ERA. And the count 1-1.
Balfour pretty much fastball slider and is not afraid to challenge.
High pop up. Left center. Zobrist with the call on the catch. 1 out.
He's a guy when he's at his best, he's not nibbling. He's going right down the middle, challenging his best fastball against your best swing. Love the mentality for a late inning reliever. Here it is. Let's see what you can do with it. Nick Swisher just works underneath a little bit.
And Berkman swings at the first pitch and a sky-high pop-up right around the plate. Navarro for the second out. Hey, visit the official online shop of the New York Yankees at Yankees.com. Browse the largest selection of authentic team gear, including official caps, t-shirts, jerseys, collectibles, and more. Get your team gear straight from the source. Shop at the Yankees.com shop. Shirt. Here is Curtis Granderson. Count 1-0. And a strike. Popped up. Shallow left. Crawford makes the play for the final out of a 1-2-3 inning. We go to the 8th. Tampa Bay leads the Yankees 5-2. And all of that adds up to 5-3. Tampa Bay over the Yankees as we go to the 8th inning. Matt Joyce will lead off against Chad Godin in his 2nd inning of work. Pitch outside, 1-0. 5-9-0, leading 2-3-0. Foul back. Grounded to first. Teixeira will take it himself, and there's one away. Tonight on Yes, we're asking you to vote along with us for the Chevy Player of the Game. Text your vote to 58772 or vote online at yesnetwork.com. Tonight's candidates are number 1, Lance Berkman, number 2, Evan Longoria, number 3, Dan Johnson, number 4, Carl Crawford. Vote now, make your voice heard. Standard text messaging rates apply. There's Jason Bartlett against Godin. Fouled away.
Chad Godin, his 2nd inning of work, trying to keep the game right here. A 3-run deficit against a bullpen for the Rays that has been very strong this year.
They'll use Benoit in the 8th and then Soriano in the 9th. Fouled away. The back-to-back home runs in the 7th inning will seem very large when you see how those guys throw coming out of the bullpen. Insurmountable? Of course not. Difficult? Yes. Big game in the National League. Philadelphia beat Atlanta 1-0. So they swept the Braves, and it was like they're going to run away with the National League East. San Diego beat LA, or leading LA 3-1, bottom of the 6th inning. And you have to couple that with the fact that San Francisco lost to the Cubs 2-0. See Benoit warming. And Colorado leads Arizona 4-3 in the bottom of the 6th. Those are all involved in the wild card and the National League West. The 2-2. Strike 3. Bartlett down looking. How tough is the Tampa Bay bullpen late innings? The Rays are 69-3 when leading after 7 innings, and that's where we are right now. Count 1-0. This is what Benoit has done, 1.46 in 58 games. And Soriano, 43 saves and 1.82 in 61 games.
Amazing with the bullpen, though, Michael. I mean, you bring in guys like Benoit, you're not really thinking that it's going to be much of an addition. All of a sudden, he goes out there and has a year like that, setting up Soriano. I mean, you see it all around baseball. You get good years out of some guys that you don't expect in bullpens.
And a walk issued to Burnett. Here's Navarro. Look at those numbers for a former All-Star catcher. Actually came out of the Yankee system.
Well, never been a question about his talent behind the plate. Remember when I was here, Michael, he was coming through the minor leagues. They were talking about a young Pudge Rodriguez had that type of an arm behind the plate. Switch hitter. has never been able to be consistent at the big league level. An all-star 1 year, and then he follows it up with a year like this. Tough to figure out.
Count 1-1. Well, by being so ineffective and being sent down to the minors for 2 months, you know what? He's lost his job. It's an unforgiving business. It's a business of production. You don't produce, especially for a team that's expected to win, you don't stay in the lineup. Time marches on. Grounded through for a base hit. So Brignac will stop at second. Navarro picks up his first hit of the night. He's 1 for 4, and that's going to bring up Jaso. And that's going to do it for Godin, as Joe Girardi is going to signal for Jonathan Albaladeo. That's going to do it for Godin. Albaladeo against Jaso when we return. Why get a car when you can own a Land Rover?
Well, with 2 outs in the top of the 7th, Carl Crawford gets a get-me-over slider and drills it into the right field seats for a home run. And then Evan Longoria comes up behind him, back-to-back, deep drive to right center field. The Yankee bullpen, your Land Rover drives of the game.
Pitch to Jaso is outside. 5-2 Tampa Bay leads. Now, it's a very delicate tightrope that is being walked by Joe Girardi. If the Yankees really desperately needed to win this game, would their bullpen have been Ring, Mosley, Godin, and Albaladeo? So people are going to get upset, well, why didn't they win this game? And they still have a chance to win it. But that tells you all you need to know. It's more important to get your bullpen rested, not burn people out, because they're going to the playoffs. Their magic number's 3. I mean, they'll get in by accident, even if they have a miserable last 9 games, 10 games. But just reading the people they brought in tells you the import of this game for the Yankees as opposed to the import for the Rays. Pitch outside, 3-0.
Zobrist on deck, and Albaladeo trying to take advantage of some opportunities here in the month of September to open up some eyes. Had a big year at AAA. Behind the count, 3-0.
And he doesn't come close, so he walks Jaso to load the bases. 3rd walk for Jaso. He has 6 walks in this series. That's why he's a catcher who leads off.
So you mentioned it, Michael. These are the numbers for Albaladejo. Be his 7th game, an outstanding ERA and limited action. But you mentioned it'd be tough to come back against the Rays in their bullpen, but a huge situation right here to keep it to a 3-run game. More importantly, Albaladejo start finding the strike zone.
Blocked by Cervelli. So 5 out of the zone for Albaladejo. And again, in fairness to Albaladejo, he hasn't pitched since September 12th. I mean, he's a guy who was pitching almost every day at Scranton Wilkes-Barre, so now it's a 10-day layoff. You can throw all you want in the bullpen. It's not going to approximate what you would do in the game. There's a strike.
You know what the biggest thing, Michael, when you're a young player, you almost go out there with a built-in excuse. You know, how am I supposed to throw strikes? You see the numbers. AAA Scranton, 43 saves. You almost go out there with a built-in excuse. I've had so much time off. How am I going to be sharp? A veteran guy won't have those thoughts in his head. He'll be out there trying to find a way. See how it works out for Albaladejo.
He's not coming close to most of his pitches in the count 2-1. 6 out of 7, way out of the zone.
Yeah, you got to make an adjustment. You see Cervelli trying to pump him up right now, but most of the mistakes are up and away to a left-hander. It tells you he's rushing his delivery a little bit. Spend a little bit more time over the pitching rubber and gather yourself on your back leg and drive it downhill.
Three and 1, pitch away from forcing in a run. And he walked in a run. And the crowd boos as the Yankees go down 6-2.
Well, Dave Island's going to go out and have a little conversation. I'm sure there's going to be a little mechanical talk right here about staying back a little bit. Might be also a Stern talking to here. Find the strike zone, take your chances, trust your stuff.
Now the dangerous Carl Crawford. Strike. The 0-1. 1-1. The 1-1. Skied to left field. Gardner is there, and that's going to do it. But the Rays had 1 run on 1 hit, 3 walks, and the bases are left loaded. Go to the bottom of the 8th. Yankees down by 4. post-game as Bob Lorenz, Jack Curry, and Kimberly Jones recap all the action from this game against the Rays, including a look at the playoff races around the majors. And you'll also get the manager's reaction at his post-game press conference. It's all coming up on the WB Mason post-game. It's only on Yes. New center fielder for the Rays is B.J. Upton, taking over for Zobrist in center field. There's B.J. And Joaquin Benoit will take over on the mound. The fifth pitcher used by Joe Madden, and the numbers are just exemplary. 68 strikeouts and 55 and a third innings pitched.
Only 26 hits. Very impressive year.
And here is Cervelli. 1-0.
They bring in the closer Soriano, and obviously they knew what they were getting in him, but Benoit has been outstanding in that 8th inning role.
One and one. Well, it's past the witching hour here in New York. 12:01. And the reason that we're still here, a 2-hour and 11-minute rain delay in the bottom of the 3rd inning. On the bottom of the 8th, the Yankees trail 6-2. Strike, 1-2.
A tough pitch to hit right there for Francisco Cervelli, who's having a tough night. 0 for 2, a couple of strikeouts. Now behind in the count, 1-2. You cannot do anything with this pitch. Right on the corner, 94 miles an hour, a little bit of movement.
And the 1-2. Just missed, pushing the envelope on the outside corner.
Trying to see if he can get home plate umpire Adrian Johnson to expand a little bit. Just off the plate, did not bite.
The 2-2. Just missed again, 3-2. Payoff. Cervelli fouls back the 94-mile-an-hour fastball.
Benoit doing what he is supposed to do right here. You got to make Francisco Cervelli swing the bat. Does not have a home run this year. You got a 4-run lead. Throw your good fastball over the plate and take your chances.
So far, 7-pitch at bat. And this will be the 8th pitch. The 3-2. Popped them up. Right side. Matt Joyce will put it away for the first out here in the bottom of the 8th. You know, we always talk about how pitchers would much prefer to have elbow surgery because it's much more of an exact science. Well, Joaquin Benoit had rotator cuff surgery. Those don't always work out. And he missed the entire 09 season with rotator cuff surgery. He was signed to a minor league free agent contract in February. Look Look at what he's meant to this team.
Yeah, and you could say the Rays, oh, it's a great job finding this guy, sign him to a minor league contract. But, you know, that some organizations just get lucky with some of those signings. A guy comes back from surgery, throwing the ball 94 miles an hour, and you know what, to the Rays' credit, they gave him a chance on a minor league deal, and it has paid off huge dividends.
Now, you look at him in the year he's having, and you know that Soriano's going to leave at the end of the year because he's a top-flight closer that's going to be a free agent. They're not going to be able to afford him. They just slide Benoit into the closer's role. That's one of the reasons, John, I don't believe what the majority of baseball people talk about, like the window is closing on the Rays. I mean, Desmond Jennings is going to take over in left field for Crawford. They can move Zobrist over to first base to take over for Pena. They can have any number of people play second base. They could go with Brignac, and they could have Benoit be the closer. Now, will they live up exactly to the standard set? No, but this team's going to win on pitching.
You know what? James Shields is their oldest starting pitcher. He's 28 years old. I mean, I just look at their rotation as being young. A lot of good years ahead of them. And their scouting and development department it just keeps churning out pitching, prospects.
So this version of this team's window is closing, but I don't think that they go back to being like the old Devil Rays. The 3-2 is grounded to third. Longoria will get Gardner for the second out.
You think of Benoit, you know, every time you would go to spring training, there were always maybe 10 or 12 pitchers that organizations give a chance to on minor league deals to open up some eyes in spring training, maybe coming off injuries. And if one of those guys pans out and helps your AAA team or your big league club, you think it's a good deal. I don't think the Rays could have planned on Benoit doing what he has done this year. It's been a great find.
Here's Derek Jeter. He kept his hitting streak alive with a single to left in the 6th inning, so he now has an 11-game streak. How about this stat? Jeter has fashioned 44 distinct double-digit hitting streaks in his career. He's in the middle of one right now. And that ties Ichiro for the most among active players. No players had more since Pete Rose had 51. The highest total of double-digit hitting streaks for any player in the history of the game is Ty Cobb with 66. Strike. Please remember tomorrow's great pitching matchup, the finale of this 4-game set. It's CC Sabathia against David Price, two Cy Young frontrunners. And all of our action begins at 6 o'clock with the batting practice show. And 6:30 is the pregame show, and first pitch will be right around 7:07, 7:08. And Kimberly Jones has an interview with CC Sabathia for the BP show. You definitely want to watch that. And the 2-2. 3-2.
Do you think the Price and Sabathia, can they do what they did the last time out? I mean, you have a great pitching matchup, and they both stepped up in that last game. We'll see if they can do it again tomorrow night. Very rarely you see two pitchers step up their game when there's so much hype around a matchup.
3-2. Driven out to right field. Joyce giving chase. He can't get there. It's off the base of the wall. And Jeter's going to have to stop at first.
Well, somebody's back to being the old Derek Jeter, the guy that we have seen his whole career. Letting the fastball travel deep. That pitch is off the plate away. Centers it, drills it off the wall. base of the wall. Joyce does a nice job. Strong throw in the second base, and no place for Derek to go. Down by 4, you got him to stay at first base.
Jeter has now had multiple hits in 5 of his last 8 games. Pitch outside to Teixeira. Foul back. Mark Teixeira has not had a home run since August 31st, when he hit his 30th.
I'm sure he's battling that right hand and the bone bruise. See, the month of September is not pretty. This doesn't have that finish, Michael. You know, that good snap at the end of the swing, the bat speed. Kind of like he's dragging the bat through the zone.
The 2-1. 3-1. Well, you watch Benoit in this inning, he certainly doesn't seem overpowering at all. Someone that would compile the numbers that he's compiled, but he's getting it done. His fastball is not blistering. It's a 93, 94. Oh, did that get him off that right foot again?
Mark got himself in a good count to hit 3-1, but he swings. It looks like a fastball down out of the zone. Piece of that guard on a hop, it looked like.
Runner will go. 3-2, 2 outs. Grounded foul. Three-two. Another foul ball.
Benoit not giving in, going with some change-ups on a full count with 2 outs and a 4-run lead. A lot of confidence you can throw that pitch for a strike. Last thing you want to do is throw an off-speed pitch for a ball, and then you have Alex Rodriguez waiting on deck. Whatever pitch you throw right here, you want to make sure you make Mark Teixeira put it in play.
Three-two. Lofted to center field, coming on is Upton. He's there, and that will do it. No runs a hit, no errors, 1 man left. We go to the 9th. Yankees are trailing 6-2. Rays are leading the Yankees 6-2. Jonathan Albaladeo got the final out of the 8th inning. Will pitch to Longoria, Johnson, and Joyce. Not Johnson anymore. Now it's Pena. Longoria, Pena, and Joyce. Pitch is inside.
Different inning for Albaladeo, but the same result right there. A lot of fastballs up and into a righty, up and away to a lefty. He's got to find a way to correct it.
Line, base hit to left field.
He corrected it. He got the fastball over the plate. Longoria took care of it. Yankees have done a nice job keeping him down the first 2 games of the series, but he has shown up tonight. A deep home run to right field, sacrifice fly and RBI, and a hard base hit to left field right there.
Here's Pena, who did not start this game because of his recent struggles. Dan Johnson started at first. He took over for defense in a close game, but now in there. Count 1-0. And the count 2-0.
Well, Adrian Johnson, the home plate umpire, who had a big zone early in this ball game, has tightened it up a little bit. Sorelli having a little conversation. I know Albaladeo has not been pounding the strike zone, but that pitch looked close.
Pena 6 for 21 in September with 22 strikeouts. That's 118. And Albaladeo not even giving him an opportunity to swing through a pitch. Count 3-0. There's a strike. We always talk about how dominant Albaladeo was at Scranton Wilkes-Barre this year. And John, is that jump that significant?
In a player's mind, it is. You know, I think if you would talk to baseball people as he walks Pena, you would say, you know what, if you could be that dominant in AAA, you should at least be a solid major league pitcher. But until you believe it, until you go out there and have that type of success, it is a big jump in your mind.
But the level's not that much different, the level of talent?
You know what, I noticed the biggest jump from single-A ball to double-A was like, wow, these guys can really play. You know, from AA to AAA, it's more a lot of veterans in AAA, prospects in AA. You get to the big leagues, it's just the whole surroundings are intimidating. You know, you have the big stadiums and the big names. And as a young player, you have to prove it to yourself that you belong here. You have 43 saves in AAA. You have a lot of talent. You should get the job done at the big leagues.
Can't throw strikes tonight. Walked the first 2 batters he faced. Got Crawford to fly to left. Then he gave up a single on Longoria and has walked Pena. First and second with nobody out. Top of the 9th. And the Rays lead by 4. Fouled into the seats and a broken bat by Joyce.
You know, a lot of times, Michael, you hear me talk about body language of a pitcher. You know, it looks like he's confident out on the mound. And, you know, you see a young guy like Albaladeo having trouble throwing strikes, and you can almost read his body language as a hitter when you walk up there. And you got a good feeling, I got this guy right where I want him. And that's one of the things you have to learn as a young pitcher. Carry yourself like you're in control of your game, even when you know you're not.
2-2. Alvaladeo is very, very big guy. If you take a look at his glove, it hardly fits on his hand. It almost looks like a little leaguer's glove. Most of his hand is out of it.
Yeah, I was always concerned when you see that index finger out of the glove there for a pitcher that sometimes you can tip pitches by flicking that index finger. You don't even know it.
And he strikes out Joyce.
And Joyce helped him out a little bit right there. It looked like a fastball out of the zone. Alvaladeo will take it. We'll see where it ends up. Yeah, up and away off the plate. Joyce does him a favor.
Hot shot at Jeter. He knocks it down. There's one. And they can't get the double play. If he had held on to it, would have been a double play anyway because Longoria was too far off second.
Not sure what Longoria was doing right there. He's supposed to freeze on a line drive. Bartlett hits this ball hard. Pretty much right. He's trying to get out of the way is what happened.
And that probably blinded Jeter.
Yep. Cano doesn't get off a strong throw, a little bit high, and Bartlett hustling down the line.
There's Brignac. Past the diving to Sharon into right field. Longoria scores. Bartlett will go to third. The throw comes to third. It's an RBI single for Brignac, and the Rays lead the Yankees 7-2.
I mentioned earlier, Brignac has really had a nice year offensively, probably a little more than the Rays expected. Reputation of a defensive infielder, gets a first pitch fastball, pulls it right in between the hole. Just out of the reach of Mark Teixeira. 7-2 lead for the Rays.
And here's Navarro. And a strike. An almost empty Yankee Stadium. Game started at about 7:08. It's 24 minutes after 12, and most have gone home. The 0-1. There's a strike. Swing and a miss. Navarro down on strikes. And that is going to do it. But the Rays score one run on 2 hits, and 2 men are left. We got the bottom of the 9th inning. Yankees down by 5. this game. They're trailing 7-2. They've been out hit 12-4, outscored 7-2, and now they take on the 6th Rays pitcher. It's Chad Qualls, and he will face A-Rod, Cano, and Swisher, which is 4, 5, and 6 in the Yankee order. Those are the numbers on Qualls. He's been a closer before with the Diamondbacks. That's where he picked up the 12 saves. Here, more works in the 6th and the 7th inning. Alex with an RBI single his last time up. Pitch is up and away, 1-0.
Tough at bats right here. You're down by 5. Almost 12:30. You got to keep your concentration, grind out a tough at bat right here and see what happens.
Count 2-0. Chop toward third, charging Longoria for the first out. So 1 down in the bottom of the 9th inning. That'll bring up Cano. Cano 0 for 3 tonight. The 1-0. Fouled away. The 1-1. The 1-2. Caught by Bartlett. Yankees are down to their final out. Hit hard by Cano, but right at Bartlett.
Seeing Qualls, a good sinker and a nice slider. Robinson Cano, it's a line drive to Bartlett. Does everything right, nothing to show for it.
And here's Nick Swisher. Nick 0 for 3. Yankees have managed just 4 hits. Count 1-0.
I guess Hellickson really the story of this ballgame for the Rays. Took over after Davis after the rain delay. Davis was impressive. Hellickson came in, did a nice job. Yankees held down 2 runs, 4 hits.
Ground ball slowed down by Qualls, but it goes into center field, a base hit for Swisher. The Yankees are still alive. And that's going to bring up Lance Berkman. Way back in the 5th inning, Berkman hit his first home run as a Yankee. and his first home run in 92 at bats, dating back to his time with the Houston Astros.
Really the only mistake that Hellickson made, a couple of back-to-back change-ups. Down and away, Lance Berkman goes down to get it. Good carry. First home run as a Yankee.
Swisher goes. He's going to take second on defensive indifference. Tomorrow, David Price against CC. Not tomorrow, later today. Price against Sabathia. Round 2. The 1-0. Grounded through the right side for a base hit. Swisher rounds third. They're going to hold him there as Joyce comes up throwing. So a base hit for Berkman. He continues to hit well. He's 2 for 4.
Swinging the bat a lot better from the left side. Gets a sinker up, just pulls it. Right in between first and second. Rob Thompson does a smart thing, third base coach, holding up Nick Swisher.
He's got your old number, John, 17.
He's made it proud tonight, hasn't he?
Yes,
Home run.
Pitch to Granderson. Is a strike. Now, you might say, well, this is a benign rally, but one thing it's forced Madden to do is get Soriano throwing in the bullpen. Now, he's not yet fully heated, but he is up there. So even if they could cause him a little angst, chalk it up. Maybe it takes effect tomorrow. A strike. And the Yankees bring Posada out on deck to pinch hit for Cervelli. The 0-2. Swing and a miss, and Granderson goes down, and that will do it as the Yankees lose this game by a 7-2 score. In the ninth, no runs, 2 hits, no errors, and 2 men left on base. You got to stick around for the postgame show to find out who's tonight's Chevy Player of the Game. With the victory, Joe Madden's team moves to within a game and a half of the first place Yankees. The Yankees have taken 2 of the first 3 of this series, and a little bit later on tonight, it's going to be the finale. Price against Sabathia. We have to talk more about this game when we return right here on Yes.